Welcome to Crimson Guitars, welcome to my home studio, and welcome to a live stream. We are here doing day 3 of what was going to be a one-day thing. Is this familiar? This is familiar. We've been here before. I'm not sure. But yeah, it is what it is. So 3 streams ago, on the Crimson Guitars Extras channel, I started disassembling and playing with and upgrading a Hofner Galaxie. It's a 90s instrument, and I'm a fan of it. I really do actually like the instrument. Not like was the neck. So day 1 I did a lot of fret work. By the way, if you can hear, I don't know what the farmer is currently doing, but he's in the field over there and it's loud. So there we go. Let's have a look. That seems to be going okay. Yeah, so day 1, I looked at the frets and almost none of them, almost none of them, it sounds like he's going to actually just pitch up right here. There we go. I don't think he realized that he was on camera. Oh yeah, and here we go, back again. You're live to 86 people, mate. And he's parking. What can you do? Well, I mean, none of that's going to be usable on the in the edited videos, so what can you do? Chaos and carnage. Alrighty, look, this is a live stream. Let's have a chat. We've got Lisa is buffering. Robert R restarted his YouTube and that started working again. I'm on the correct internet. Greetings from California. Okay, everything seems okay. So if you F5 and restarted, it should be good. Stream health. It seems to be okay. Right, did you see the thing? Okay, so yeah, with the guitar, almost none of the frets were actually seated properly. They were all relatively loose in the slots. I had to hammer some of them down. I had to re-glue. I had to scrape the fretboard clean and all of that jazz. And that was one thing. And then we got to the back of the neck itself, where we found 60 or 80 grit scratches going across the grain, and they were egregious and horrific. So of course I stripped the finish off entirely and stained it with Crimson Guitars stunning stains, and that is where we left it. So this has now been sitting for 2 or 3 days, and yeah, we can, well, where we've actually ended up is we have ended up with a neck in almost the same state it was in when I started the last video, albeit everything about it is better quality. Today I am going to investigate the body. We're going to have a look at the electronics. We're going to replace parts if required, probably pots. Wow, can't talk. Very tired, by the way. So this could get very funny. And I'm going to go on the neck. Now we've got a coat of, or a couple of coats of clear matte varnish, sealer, rattle can paint stuff. I need more caffeine in my system. But I'm going to apply a little bit of guitar finishing oil over the top of that to get just a little bit more of a high build finish, but also a little bit more personality in here. Remove all of this, and we're going to put the guitar together. and I think we should finish. Now, this is a live stream. We've got 112 people currently watching. Started later in the day as I had to be over at Crimson and doing some serious life administration. But here we go. Brendan Elton wonders if I've found a replacement trem arm. I have not. Nothing we have fits. Rephrase that. I have not found a replacement trem arm. The trem arms we have that fit belong to trems that need to be put on guitars or belong to customers. So I'm going to have to order one, and we have, but it has not yet arrived. So it will ship. Whoever wins this instrument, because it is up for raffle, and it could be yours. This guitar could be yours. Link in the description for the raffle. Yeah, link in the description for the raffle. And when it ships out to anyone in the world who wins it, it will have a trem arm with it. So there we go. Now, we've got Casey McDermott from Theta Guitars. We have got Brendan Elton, who just asked that last question. Sandy Drozdek, Wilton's World 02. He says, don't forget that I'm going to get distracted by talking about my workshop extension. You have no idea my life. My life has just this weekend got even more complicated. You will find out about all of that soon. Polishing pickups, I can digress. I'm sure I can digress. But yeah, David Loveland, Lisa, Johan van Loopy, Ape Song, The Big Unit, Robert R, bunch of people in the house. If you want to ask a question, please ask away. If I see it in the main chat, then I will answer it. If you want a guaranteed answer, please send a super chat, which also supports the channel and keeps this whole thing ticking along. So I would appreciate that. And The Big Unit has come in with the first super chat of the day. It says, hey Ben, sorry I can't hang out today. I've got to teach shortly. Have a good day. Also, FYI, my first GGBO video is up finally. I am going to be spending some serious time watching GGBO in like 20 years when I slow down enough to take the time on. No, I'm looking forward to doing that. I'm going to have to make some life choices on that front. But yes, so Big Unit, you're off to teach people how to not kill themselves with electricity. Alrighty. Let's go, shall we? Disco Stu, you are currently only 8 minutes and 16 seconds late. So seriously, it's all good. It's all good. I am just about to start getting my thing. Johan van Loopy, no, I thought that was the thing. Ooh, fresh nappy shopping in your future? Absolutely not. That is not happening. But anyway, we'll talk. We will talk. Jacket coming off serious business. Failure had a router bit slip while taking material off the top of a body blank. I'm putting a top on it, but should I fill the bad route with sawdust and glue? It's not necessary. Just think about all of the guitars that have tone cavities and things. If you're talking about something that's relatively small, it'll just get filled with glue in any case, unless you feel like it's an issue, but in reality it won't be causing any problems. I'm so sorry. That was far too loud. I forgot there was ice in there. Casey McDermott says, Ben got the sense last night that things are getting serious in Bandland. Hope all is well. We're here for you, man. I appreciate it, Casey. And yeah, life is going to get very complicated in the very, very near future. But long term it is definitely going to be good. Anyway, look. Lisa says, I like the pretty pink watch band. Seriously considering selling this. If anybody wants a Daytona or a Submariner, or give me a shout. But yes, so this was a birthday present from Tom. The watch band was a birthday present from Tom, who runs Crimson for me, and he just sent me a message saying, would you wear pink? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, pink is the new black, is it not? Not thinking anything of it, and then a couple of months later I get this. It is a little tight. But anyway, let's actually crack on. Mark Jennings says, just to agree with Casey. Thank you very much, Mark. And Sweet Tea says, gotta go sell some auto paint. I'll check in throughout the stream. Have a great day, Ben. Peace and love, everybody. Cheers, Sweet Tea. Have a good day at work. And yeah, we shall see you anon. Okay. Paul Cook is suggesting that Crimson just bought Gibson. Yeah, that would be fun. I'm just going to have a quick think. Yeah, we're going to finish the neck first. I'm just going to wait for this. Just going to wait for the tractor to go past. Or just park there, making a lot of noise. I wonder if he even realizes I'm in here. He's just gazing into the workshop, I think. Oh no, he's looking at his phone. Ah! Okay. What a live stream, hey? Cool. I'm going to be trying to do something a little bit more efficient for the editing of this video. So instead of recording the entire stream and then sending 4 or 5 hours to Bear and to Letha to edit, I'm going to press record and stop record and do some stuff which is just stream and talking to you guys, and some stuff which is my normal filming technique. I'll see how that works. But yeah, what can you do? So at this stage, I've got a neck, and it's been drying for, well, it's Monday. I think we did it on Friday. Yeah, over a weekend, and that's absolutely fine. But I would like to add just a little bit something, a little bit more. And that little bit more is the Modern Finish High Build Guitar Finishing Oil by Crimson Guitars. How many different brands do you think I can get in there? And yeah, that is what we are gonna do. Now the only problem is if I slip and hit the off air button over there, I'm wondering what that would do. Be less than ideal, shall we say. Okay, so this needs to be adjusted out of Q&A live stream mode and into, well, let's actually see what's on the bench mode. Aha. Tutum Carmen, how you doing? Says, build a tractor-inspired guitar. Can your next build be a Macy Ferguson? Ben's going to make a guitar out of a combine harvester. I mean, those things are expensive, yeah? Yeah, maybe he's watching us on the stream. Ha, that's hilarious. No, it's a pleasure, Failure. No worries. Everybody's saying hi to the farmer. Ooh, nettle tea options around out there. Yeah, lots of nettles. Still a lot to do. But anyway, we're all good. So I'm going with a simple coat of the High Build Guitar Finishing Oil, and I'm going to leave the rest of the guitar wrapped up, as it were. Now, I'm a little bit worried about oil seeping in underneath. I'm going to try and avoid the binding really, and I'm not going to be putting it on too... I'm not going to be slapping it on there, you know. And this is another reason why I'm going with the high build. It has more solids as an oil, and yeah, we'll be good. Shaky, shaky, shaky. The application tool needs to be a tool rather than just a scrumpled up bit of tissue. Now the process is I've got a little bit of raised grain here actually from the lacquer, and then applying the oil with the slightly abrasive tissue should clean that up. And if it doesn't, well then, my friends, if that doesn't work, we're going to have to hit it with some ultra fine wet and dry paper. How many of you thought I was going to say wire wool? Rabnox says, what's the point of putting oil over lacquer if the wood is sealed? The point is the look of it. I do like how matte this oil is. I really do. But the sheen that I'm going to get from the oil over the lacquer, it has a different look. And to be honest, it also has a different feel. This is going to feel like a natural neck, like an oiled neck, but it's actually got the protection of a rattle can lacquer. Not that lacquer is actually what it's called. It's a it is a varnish because I don't think it has shellac in it. And yes, I probably should be wearing gloves. In fact, then yes, I should be wearing gloves. At this stage, I'm actually going to do just that. At one point, I had those nice black vinyl gloves, and I have never felt cooler. Now I've got neon blue. I feel like I'm going in for I'm a low rent surgeon or something. Amateur surgery, that's a thing, isn't it? Please don't put that in the edit. Okay. I do still have just a little bit, it catches just a tiny little bit where the grain has been raised. I should have dampened the guitar down and rubbed it back with the same grade of sandpaper as I did, but we were doing this on a live stream, and best practices do sometimes fall to the wayside when you're doing something in a live stream situation, and I need to actually stop doing that. I need to stop doing that. Okay, Mr. Farmer is coming back, and I need to just find this 2000 grit. it's typical. It's typical that they've chosen. It's typical that they've chosen to do this during a live stream, isn't it? Really. .2000 grit wet and dry paper. I only need a small amount. Apparently that sharpens the scissors. Very, very, very fine. And I am literally going to be doing this as gently as I possibly can. I do not want to go back to the stain. I really don't. And there we go. That there, my friends. That there is what I'm talking about. Beautiful. And then it's very important to just rub the excess off until it's basically touch dry. I'm not building up a film finish here, that's not what I'm after. If I had left this over a little bit of time, it would have sorted itself out and buffed and felt perfectly fine. But the first thing that you experience when you pick up a new guitar tends to stick with you. And even if you don't notice that it's not comfortable, or you don't know why it's not as comfortable as you half expected, that disappointment is something that I, as a luthier, I hesitate to call myself a repair person or customizer, whatever you want to call this, I want to avoid that. I want anything that I have touched, within reason, to be as good as it possibly can. Now, there was a large surface. I've applied quite a lot of oil and rubbed most of it back. It's started to cure. It's very warm in here at the moment. So I'm going to apply a little bit more over that, and then that will dilute what is underneath, and I'll be able to rub it off and end up with something touch dry and good to go. And with that in mind, put the lid on the bottle. And get some fresh tissue. Okay. Now, by doing it this way, I have ended up with a neck that's got a really nice sheen and shine to it. And it feels delicious. And it didn't take very much time. Didn't take very much time at all. See what I mean? So, this is not a technique. This is not a technique that I've used in the past. But if you've got a highly gloss neck and it's sticky and it's not comfortable to play, and you want to make it matte, hitting it with wire wool or wet and dry paper tends to matte it down, but it also, excuse me, but it is also, you've got a gloss lacquer that wants to be gloss. So with time, as the instrument is played, it will buff up again. Also, matting it down with one of these things often leaves a very obvious look. And applying an oil over that should achieve this look, which is much closer to what people want from a matte guitar neck. But anyway, Robert asks, says, Ben, these little bits of curl and wood grain really pop with the amber stain you put on. Thank you very much, everybody, for choosing the amber stain. I appreciate that. Okay. Hold on. Gloves off now. Everything's pretty much dry and I should be able to feel perfection. For a given value of perfection, of course. Lisa says, how much of that... Lisa says, how much out of that can or bottle would you use per guitar? For the neck, I have used probably a tablespoon or less, I would say. This should last 3 to 5 guitars. It depends how much you want to apply and what you do and the process, but it isn't a guitar's worth. It should be at least 3. Nice. Let's take this masking tape off. I'm going to come back and rub it down a few more times over the next couple of hours, and this is going to be laid out to dry and will then be burnt later. Exothermic reactions and burning down one's workshop, etc. Not good. All right, before anything else happens, I need to turn the damn screensaver off. It's very annoying. Oh, come on. All right, fine, here we go. So let's have a quick look. Executioner axe, you guys want to have a look at that? If looks could kill, what's happening? Burning down your workshop would make great content. Don't even. That would really, really suck. It's come up well. Pretty neck. Alrighty. Well, in that case, I seem to actually have caught up. All right, we're good. Fine, I was trying to do it in one piece and that's just not good. Take the middle off. Andrew Monday says, why burn it, Ben, not bin it? Essentially, as that dries, if it's in a relatively sort of scrunched up environment, it gives off heat, and if it's all scrunched up, it can and will catch fire given the right impetus, and you will burn your workshop down. That applies for guitar finishing oil, for linseed oil and things like that. There are many workshops and livelihoods that have been lost by not being good with that. So spread it out so that it dries, and once it's dry, it's fine. It's when it's a damp, wet rag and curing that you have issues with that. Now, generally, in a big workshop when I'm doing lots of work like that, I'll have a bucket half full of water, and we'll throw our rags straight in our oily rags and tissues and things like that, straight in the bucket of water, and then once that's full, we'll take it out, and you leave the bucket outside in the sun, the water evaporates off, and then you've got a nice solid mass of stuff that is not going to catch fire. An alternative is, I've got a small forge out here. Poop. I've got a small forge out here, and yeah, I'll just put the rags in the forge, and every now and then they stay outside, get rained on, every now and then I'll burn them all off. So safety first, everybody. If we'd applied a lot of lacquer, and this was thick and there was lacquer on the tape, you pull the tape away at a 45-degree angle. Going like this tends to raise grain and potentially chip off lacquer. Going like this at the angle tends to give you a clean pull. Now, in this case, there's not a hugely thick amount of lacquer. I'm going to have to explain all of that again because a certain somebody didn't press record. If you've applied a lot of lacquer and it's built up and it's on the masking tape, etc., what you want to do is pull the tape off at a 45-degree angle or thereabouts and back on itself and flush with the fretboard, and that gives a clean pull. Pulling straight up like that can also raise the grain on this area. So yeah, just be careful. Don't these frets look pretty? Sugar levels are fine, etc. I'm in. It's good. It's fine. We're fine. There's a hell of a lot going on at the moment. I have got now to distract myself. That's what I've got to do. And we're good. Camera 2. Okay, at the edge where the tape was, I've got a tiny, tiny, tiny little burr, and I'm just going to hit it with the same wet and dry paper, wrapped around my finger, so I'm not running a risk of touching anything else. And I'm just teasing it off. This is almost non-existent. The lightest of feather touches. This curve here does not feel, it just feels wrong somehow. Rabnock says, go offer him 20 quid to ask if he would do another field just now and come back in a few hours. I'll probably still be here in a few hours. He appears to be doing this corner pretty much. I think he'll be gone in 10 minutes or so. It's fine. Okay. So at this stage, I'm sort of wondering what to do. You can't see it. There's a scratch in the headstock here. So there's a little scratch in the headstock here. And I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see that. Come on. I can't. It's just there. I don't have a choice. Come on then. So there we go. That's a fairly meaty scratch, and there's a few other bits and pieces on this headstock that I'm not happy with. But I am also aware that the rest of the body is not perfect either. So I don't want to get this to new old stock levels. I'm not interested in perfection. It is a slightly customized, at this point, upgraded older guitar. But I am going to hit it with, phew, for a second I thought I'd run out, some ultra mega versatile multi-use guitar polish from Crimson, and just see what happens. Ultra mega versatile multi-use guitar polish, and I was very, very sad because it was supposed to be called super ultra mega versatile multi-use guitar polish, and I just couldn't quite get them to agree to the super. Anyway. So there we go. We've got a little bit on the tissue, and it's just okay. Well, yeah. I don't think it's actually going to touch that big scratch, but it might. So it's worth a try. If it doesn't, we're absolutely not allowed to put this in the edit. We'll all know. No, it's just cleaning it up a little bit. So the first stage is apply with the tissue, which is slightly abrasive, and then you go to a finer microfiber cloth, and you're good. Stu J says, I'm loving the pink band. What's the watch? It's a Rolex Submariner. Potentially soon to be sold. Oh my gosh, my head was in the way. I apologize. Yeah, if anybody wants to buy one of my watches, give me a shout. Stream at crimsonguitars.com. So that hasn't gotten rid of the scratches per se, but it has generally cleaned up the rest of the surroundings. You can see that one in the middle there, and just up at the top. But it is less obvious, so that's all good. Just plain basis, I used that polish on my old SB1000 and the results were fabulous. Thank you very much. I am a fan of everything we do at the moment. Garage Master Guitar says you could get an old sewing machine with a treadle to run the buffing wheel. We're back on that again. Yeah, it would be so cool to have a water-powered workshop, wouldn't it? Yeah, no, I'm happy with that. I wasn't expecting that to get out entirely. That's a very deep scratch, and I think essentially I would need to rub it back with wet and dry paper and go through the whole buffing process, which I don't want to do. Predominantly because I would also have to remove all of the ferrules, etc., and that just would be painful, shall we say. Matt Roman says, my dad was a toolmaker for 50 years. Toolmakers are, yeah, mind-blowingly talented people. And wants to get rid of all of his old tools, including vintage planes. Would Vintage Tool Shop be interested in how's best to show? Vintage Tool Shop would 100% be interested, i.e. me. Send us an email to shop@vintagetoolshop.com. If you photograph batches of them, say even if it's a photograph with 20 30 tools in it on a modern camera, I'll be able or phone, I'll be able to zoom in and see basically what we've got. If I've got any more questions, I'd say, could you show me names on planes, for example, if it's like a Norris or something like that. But in general, yeah, we would be very, very interested. I'm never going to stop buying vintage tools, and when Vintage Tool Shop decides to stop buying tools, I personally will buy them. So, it's a sickness, I know. Say that I told you in the stream, and that I wanted to see them, and then Louis will make sure that I cast my eye on them. And yeah, essentially how we do it is we'll look at the photographs, give you a rough estimate, say it was going to be around about this much money. Then we organise shipping. We'll pay for shipping as long as you can put it in a box or two. I'm assuming it's probably coming in a toolbox. That's a tool maker's, pattern maker's tool chest. And yeah, when it arrives, we'll look over it, make sure that there aren't. So, for example, oftentimes we'll say, "Hey, this is a number 3 Bedrock. It's worth it would retail for $100. I'll offer you £50." But they come and it's got a crack in the mouth or something that most people wouldn't even know to look for. I'll say, "Okay, hey, I'm afraid this isn't actually worth what it was because it's got this." We'll send a photograph of the crack and say, "We will offer you 20 for parts," or whatever. So it's a little bit back and forwards. Once we're absolutely convinced, and 99% of the time we don't find anything wrong, it's just, hey, we offered you 200, it's actually worth 250, here you go. We'll send a bank transfer and be away. So there we go. Tea cut is great. My only issue with tea cut is I always knock over the bottle, so I kind of avoid it nowadays. It's also coarser. Than this fine stuff that I use here that we sell, which is it's a final polish rather than something. And yeah, Rabnox is saying you can't take all the scratches out of an old guitar bed. I wouldn't want to. In fact, I want to put more in, really. But anyway, grade 8 double nut. Yes, I do when I'm not I do things other than talk. So I'm going to shut up now. Let's crack on. Really is rather difficult filming handheld when there's a whole tripod attached. Okay, so at this stage we need to crack on with the body. So I'm going to go and find that. It's just in the extension. And I don't foresee many major issues here. I don't see issues. I can't foresee going off-piste and changing direction in any major way. We are not going to take this guitar body and turn it into a multi-chambered, I don't know, complication or something. It's all good. It's all good. What we can do is get rid of the... oh, that's actually... Of course, the paint was dry, wasn't it? It was wet when it was applied. So this shim here, we don't need anymore. We've put the angle on the neck itself. This was put together with very damp paint. It's crazy. The finish is actually in pretty good condition overall, and that bridge is quite a nice bridge. Oh, first try, look at that. Yeah, it's got some good heft to it. A nice thick coating of chrome plating. That's a good bridge. Full adjustment. It's got locking grub screws on both sides. There we go. Let's take that open. Yes, I know I could be using a powered screwdriver, but screw it. Come on then. My life, my entire life is just utterly full of chaos and carnage right now. What the hell, people? Will you be drilling out the holes for the neck joint? They were practically threaded with the neck. Very good point. Yes, I will. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. That'll do nicely. This is not the hand tool only build. Is that not a deliciously simple and straightforward design? Don't you just love that? I mean, it's not particularly great as a tremolo. Not by a long shot, but for what it is, it's cool. It's very cool. All right, so I want to clean that a little bit. Also comes with a rather nice and fairly substantial tone chamber. He says tongue-in-cheek. Just look at that. Yeah, chipped out lacquer where they've screwed that in. I mean, it is a budget guitar after all, but yeah. Cool. Scratch that. All right, questions. Power driver only quicker if you can find one. That's a very good point, Ross. Tony Murphy says that's very elegant for the time. So it's based on a 60s. It's based on a 60s design. This was built in the 90s, but yeah, it is what it is. Before we go and take anything else off, let's clean this bit of chrome. Actually, let me just get some close-ups of this bridge. Whoops. So you've got a little brass washer here. That's tightening up and holding the spring, locking it off and creating the tension. And the whole thing just pivots. Strings on that side. Pivoting on that bit there. Elegant, pretty cool. You're not going to be doing no dive bombing, but I mean, most of us are not Steve Vai. So there we go. And Matt Lang comes in and says, raffle tickets are still available to win this beauty. Absolutely. So this guitar is currently being raffled off. We will ship anywhere in the world. I will cover the shipping. I'm just going to click in quickly and tell you, just out of interest, how many tickets have sold, because the odds are still in your favour. So currently 324 tickets have sold, so I'm almost out of the woods on this one for what I paid for the guitar. Yeah, it could be yours. That's not very many tickets. Yeah, anyway, advert over. Now, there it is. Okay, fretboard and finish cleaner. I'm going to start just by seeing what will happen using this. It's not particularly grubby. I don't want to just spray this straight onto the bridge because, well, I don't want to make anything rusty internally. This stuff smells great. Okay, so that's not actually... Oh, I'll take it back actually. Yeah, okay. So now I'm doing exactly what I wanted. You can see underneath the Hofner logo where it's much less grubby. This does require a little bit more of the active ingredient on there. It would be better if I could just spray it on and leave it for a couple of minutes to do its job, but we're not doing that today. I think the whole thing is chromed, but I can't guarantee it inside there. So yeah, a little bit of hard work never hurt anybody. Not that this is, I don't know, sawing a plank of wood into 5 or 6 pieces by hand. Kind of hard work. We're all good. It's a fairly boring looking cheap machine screw, but again, I've seen screws that look like that on PRS custom shops before. Literally, custom shop private stock. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Matt Lang says, if I can afford a steak at Witherspoon's for lunch, I can afford more tickets. I haven't eaten at Witherspoon's for many years. Now, this is the thing. I obviously want you all to, spend all of your money on tickets on this. I also have an issue whereby I really don't like gambling. I want you to buy these tickets as a bit of fun, but please don't, I'm not saying Matt, but anybody, don't overextend yourselves. This is just a bit of fun, and it's a way for me to be able to buy the next guitar to do and the next guitar to do, to keep the channel going. We don't do very many repairs on customers' instruments, and yeah. If this was a customer's instrument, it would have been a much longer experience. Oh, do you mind if I refinish the neck, etc. Matt Roman says, I used to love PRS, but their guitars now seem like they have no soul or effort put into them. You are essentially, almost word for word, quoting my own feelings on the subject, which is so strange. I really wanted to be the next PRS. I wanted to have, and to make guitars like his. And I'm not a huge fan anymore. It's as much, here we go with just a little bit of the polish. Perfect. I suppose I need to film that. PRS nowadays seems to be, I don't know what it is, but anyway. Cody the Roadie's just done a ground wire. Well done, Cody. Okay, onwards with just a little bit of the multi use mega versatile, super polished stuff of doom. This is not strictly necessary. Hell, it's not necessary at all. But why not? Okay, Brendan Elton says, I say the exact same thing about PRS, soulless and unidentifiable. I've got a PRS Custom 24 up at the house that I bought to do this to. I bought thinking that maybe I'm just going to relic the hell out of it or age the finish in a way that the finish normally wouldn't age, but for video just to see what happens. And I do quite like that. So, and it's a 90s one. I like it. But yeah, the modern ones have a different, they just feel, I don't know. Anyway, hold on. Matt Turman about the gambling says, Ben, you don't gamble? I do. I cross the street. Just getting in a car is a good thing, yeah. Tony Murphy says PRS is corporate now, and that's what happens to most manufacturers as they grow. But yes, to a certain extent, I agree, but they have a... I don't actually think it's the company necessarily. I think it's that the bulk of the people who own PRS guitars are not actually players, or not actually gigging players, professional players. They're lawyers and accountants and midlife crisisy people who hang a pretty thing on the wall. It's so difficult, I've been told, on the secondary market to sell a Paul Reed Smith if it's got even the smallest dent in it. People just don't want it. The people who tend to buy these guitars, and yeah, I don't know. It's a culture of the people as well. And I am a fan of the finish. I am a fan of the wood. I'm a fan of Paul Reed Smith's ethos behind the building and all that. But it seems to have morphed into something else. Whereas Fender is huge right now, and Fender style guitars, and as everything's getting more and more expensive, more stripped back, more... I don't want to say the word budget because I'm still talking about Novo guitars at $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, whatever they are, have a feel about them that is just more honest and real and relatable to normal people. Anyway, Forest Firefly says, this is not strictly necessary. Ben's Luthiers summed up in a sentence. I'm questioning my whole life at this point. But anyway. So there we go. Not perfect, but certainly shinier than it was, and I'm going to do the same thing on the pickups at some point. So let us just, while we're here, clean off some dust there. Yeah. So I found myself doing some serious research over the last couple of years and trying to figure out what I wanted to do as a guitar company. Now, me here on these videos, this feels like a tiny, not so tiny, guy standing in a workshop, in a home workshop, which it is, doing things in a way that most people would in a home workshop. And that is carefully crafted because, one, we sell tools to guitar builders, to hobbyists and professionals, but I want to show what can be done in a home workshop. But the reality is we have a factory and I've got more than 20 staff making things. And I want to, my dream has been to build PRS style guitars. For the last 20 odd years, that has been my dream. The more of these instruments I touch, the more I look at the market and the more I think about the guitars that I actually love now, I realize that my dream was wrong. And I'm going to be changing. Yeah, I'm going to be changing. I'm going in a different direction to what I thought I would go in. And it's exciting, isn't it? Okay, now. Phil Richards, I agree with you. He says, one of the sounds I hate most, the sound of a screwdriver jumping as you tighten or loosen a screw. It means that you've got the wrong type of screwdriver for the screw, which is very, very true. Let us use the power driver to do this. Carefully. There's no point in doing it with that machine. Come on, man. They're only short screws. Paul Need says PRS are formulaic these days and they simply cannot attain the legend, the photos of Buddy Holly, Hendrix, etc. playing the same guitar. They were too late in happening. Shame really. Are they too perfect? They do seem to be missing some soul. The new Yamaha range, this is from Dwayne. He says the new Yamaha range, you get some pretty good bang for your buck. I absolutely agree. The Rev Star is a really attractive instrument in my opinion, and I like what they do with the finishes. There we go. We have a ground wire. That's interesting. It's almost a matte feel. But it is a matte feel. They just didn't buff around the cavity where it wasn't required, I suppose. And here is the internals. Sorry, fighting with the camera again, people. Maybe I should have... it would be great if I could have a system with 8 inputs where I could have a camera on the side that's connected to all the cables and things, but I could just pick up and do the pretty shots. I think I'm going to have to do that at some point. So in reality, what have we got? We've got a super cheap a super cheap jack. These wires are actually fairly substantial. These are not tiny little crappy wires. Yes, they're alpha pots. They're fine actually. If they're not broken, they're fine. The switches are good. The wiring looks okay. We've got mini humbuckers that look to be, they've obviously plastic base plates with little metal threaded inserts in the plastic, which is good, so that's going to last forever. They're wax potted, yeah, so that's wax potting there rather than resin potted, but they are potted. Color coded as to what's which goes where. You've even got a little bit of shielding. I think in all reality, I don't actually need to touch anything. I think the guitar itself is absolutely fine. There is a single thing that I want to do. Can you guess what it is? Well, some of you already have. Gareth Travis says, Switchcraft socket and Damasio custom taper pots, please. I say one thing, there's two things I'm going to do. Okay, so the switches are literally just standard on-off. So let's have a look here. You've got your pickup. The white is live to the end here, and you're joining the two tags there. You've got the ground. So this is internally shielded cable, and the ground is going to the body of the pot. The middle segment then moves on to the next switch and onto the next switch, and then into the input series of the pots, etc. And here you've got a ground wire going from each switch, and from there to the ground wire of the circuit. So it's actually a fairly elegant, simple, but well done system. I think it's absolutely fine. And yeah, a bunch of you are right. Paul Cook says paint the cavity, electric paint in the cavities from Ivon H. Brendan Elton says get some deoxit in the switches and pots. I wasn't going to say, I don't know what deoxit is, but, oh come on, where is it? I've got a can of switch cleaner, which I'm going to spray in if I can find it. Yeah. We pulled it out the other day. So it's somewhere around. So I'm going to shield the cavity, and I am going to replace the jack, the output jack, because there are a few things worse than a really, really cheap output jack. So yeah, there we go. Let's get the soldering iron up and running. I'm going to desolder the ground wire, and we'll go from there. Whoops. If you guys have any questions, comments, criticisms, this is the time. Hit me up. And while I'm just generally getting myself ready, I will answer what I can. Deoxat is contact cleaner or electrical cleaner from Paul Cook. Is that a particularly good brand? I'm not sure which one I've got here, but we'll find out shortly. I had the perfect amount of plug sockets and everything on the bench and in the area and all that jazz, and then I went and put in a multifaceted camera system and streaming deck and all this stuff. Yeah, and here we are. Right, so that's going. Doug Holmes says, I've got a question. Have any of you seen my sandpaper? I can't find it anywhere. I'm feeling the exact same. I'm feeling exactly the same thing. Oh, here it is. Servisol Super 10 switch cleaning lubricant. So that's the stuff I've got. If it's not as good as the stuff you guys are suggesting, I will get some of that. Dwayne K, I really want to have a go at saving up again and getting myself a Crimson kit build. I'm not entirely sure what's happening with Crimson kits at the moment. We may be discontinuing that. Okay. Sorry, I've got a hell of a lot going on right now. I might end up having a phone call come through at some point today. But let's see. Nope, they haven't got back. Okay, so the soldering iron is heating up. Clean the tip while that warms up. Get some solder. Even though I'm desoldering, you do need to tin the tip. That just is standard best practice and helps everything go. Okay. Reading the chat with no context is sometimes quite funny. Tony Murphy says, in other news, apparently Paul McCartney is crap and Right Said Fred are pop icons. No, from Tony Murphy. No, Joshua Verd, seriously, Cruncher, what? No, we are talking about... What are we talking about? Gody the Roadie was watching Up with his grandson. It's 2.5. We found the Servisol. Oh, no, we're talking about the kits. Okay, I understand. Sorry, context was about me. Please forgive me, I am distracted. I used the top, I used the cap as a glue pot at some point, somehow, for some reason. So, there we go. I am actually managing Crimson myself in a far more meaningful and day-to-day way right now, and it is a bit of a behemoth, and I'm having to figure out what is viable as a business to do and where we need to concentrate the people we've got. We have ended up in a situation where a lot of the tools haven't been in stock. because we haven't had the tool makers, and we've had major issues with staffing and with COVID and with illness and with just general people moving on who've been with us for a long time, and it's been a really difficult period. And in the end, the last thing I want to do is lose customers, and not just customers but fans and friends, because we haven't been quick enough off the mark with a particular order or something like that, because we're spread too thin. So I am seriously looking at the cost benefits, etc., of what we've currently got going on. At the very least, even if we do, what I'm currently thinking is we're going to do the uncut kits as standard, and we will have to stop building custom kits short of a particular price. This is a phone call. Hold on. Oh no, I've just missed it. Ha, typical. Okay, so yes, if they do phone back, I'm going to do that, and I'll mute the thing. So if you can read lips, you'll be in for a bit of a scoop. Okay. No to the maybe no more kits. We'll see. So that's the thing. The uncut kits will be going on, and I would like to do, instead of building to order, I would like to build some stock kits that will just be available on the shop, and some special stock kits that you can order. But for the short term, we're currently making a huge loss with every single customized kit that we do, because of the sheer amount of time it takes to not necessarily make them, but everything around it. 20, 30 emails with somebody to figure out the particular version of Stratocaster that they want, or Tele neck, or whatever. It's a huge amount of admin time. We are actually losing money on them, to the tune of £5,000 or £10,000 a month, which has to change. So I'm having to make some decisions. The quality is too good. That's potentially the issue. But anyway, it's one of those things. Harkin Carlson, that's a very good comment on beveling the fret ends. Anyway, look, let's crack on with this and see what happens. My soldering iron is now heated up. Just tin the soldering iron, and I'm just going to take this ground wire off. So then, without worrying about damaging the guitar, we can play with some wiring. The guitar can go in my briefcase behind me. That's fine. There we go. The stretch plate screws are okay for the minute. Dwayne Case says, I totally understand it, as custom kit builds can quickly snowball out of control with changes, etc. That is the issue. So it's just, essentially, we build white label guitars for companies. So we'll build 20 of a thing, and it'll be your brand, and it's fantastic. It's a service we offer. And we will charge an amount for prototyping. And I realized that we're essentially prototyping for every single custom kit build at a quarter the price, or less in sometimes. So it's just, you know, I've had my eye off the ball, but it's fine. We're good. All right. So here we go. a nice, good quality. There we go, nice, good quality Switchcraft jack. It's actually been soldered once. I used this as a test to see what a pickup would sound like direct. Yeah, direct to the jack. But let's go, shall we? .33 recurring % chance of hitting the right one, and of course it's the last one I go for. I'm keeping the original washer. No, I'm not. Okay, so this is actually a chunkier socket. Let's see. Okay, when you are making a hole in a material like this bigger, always go in 0.5 millimeter or so increments. Don't take, say I've got a 7 millimeter hole and I want to make a 10, just take a 10 mil bit and go. Ease up on it. It stops things grabbing and pulling out of your hands and all that. And also I tend to put my drill in reverse, which really helps with things. Now, let us have a look. We're recording. Nope, 2 is the wrong camera. So that's 9.5. We need to go up one more. To 10. There we go. Another option would have been a step drill. Step drill goes in and is actually designed specifically for drilling holes in panels like this. So yeah, the option is yours. If you don't have step drills yet, seriously, get some. They are well cool in it. So, no, that's just not going to work. I need a washer. So we've changed the look somewhat by adding a slightly bigger washer, but I don't think anybody's going to complain. It is emphatically an upgrade in jack socket quality and longevity. It's official. I'm being a little bit of a prat. What I should have done is shield the cavity first, wait for that to dry while I'm messing around with the wiring. but I didn't because I'm an idiot. Matt Lang. I did say it ironically. I really did. These pots are, they're fine. I think they're fine. There's no real need to replace them. So I'm not going to. I am going to chuck that away though. Ben, have you used the Pure Tone jacks? They have double contacts and look indestructible. I have not even heard of them. Disco Stew. Brendan Elton explains me to a T. He says drilling in reverse doesn't grab the material in the same way. So yeah, because which is great, which is what he said. It essentially makes it into a power reamer. That's what Tony Murphy says, which is true. Matt Toman says, Ben, I'm looking for work, but I'm in Denver, Colorado, USA. We are currently fairly full up with finally, after years, we're actually very well staffed. Which I can't believe I am saying, but yeah, watch this space, and there may. Matt, drop us an email, stream@crimsonguitars.com with your CV and bits and pieces. I don't think there's anything we can do, but it's always worth talking. Marsha Levine, hey Marsha, says this is one of those days that I really want to quit my job and lead a life of leisure, but alas, I need the money. So back to the grind. See you at lunch. I do understand, Marsha, I really do. I have a pretty cool job, but even so, it's a thing. Okay, cool. Discos 2 says I use them 100% of the time now, solid, and also gives us a comforting clunk when plugging in. I'll check them out, and if I can, I'll actually stock them. Now, I do not have the tube that comes with the Servosol, which is a problem, so I'm just going to be spraying it in and getting it everywhere, but we want to clean everything down in any case, so I'm not worried about that. Not too worried, at least. Servosol, minus a tube. This is a contact cleaner. I do feel like I should have a window open. But that's fine. These switches are 3 amps, 250 volts rated, or 6 amps, 125 volts rated. Somewhat overkill, but yeah, they feel like they've got a good 10,000 or so throws in them, shall we say. So there we go. We didn't actually leak through, which is good. Just clean up the excess, and we're good. course, the jack is in a different orientation, and the wire wouldn't go where I needed to, so I just need to spin that around. New jack in place, tin the soldering iron, melt the solder on the jack, and since it's been since the 90s, retin that. And we're good. I don't think this was strictly necessary. But if one thing is gonna go, in this, it's gonna be the jack. I do think that the pots are fine. The switches are nigh indestructible. The pickups don't have moving parts. It's the jack. So yeah, nice switchcraft jack, and we can move on. And this capacitor, I used one of those capacitors in a build the other day. They're absolutely fine. Okay. What isn't fine is the mess that my bench is currently in. So let's clean that up. Do a little bit of organizing. And see what happens. Okay. All being well, this is going to be a relatively short day. Crimson shielding paint protects your back cavity. Now, before we apply this, actually, let's have a look inside. This is really rough. Really rough indeed, actually. Wonder if I can see. It's fairly slab sawn. I'm not seeing in the paint any witness marks for joints or anything like that. I also can't see what timber it is, so let's have a play, shall we? Okay, I'm not going to get a scraper in there properly. So yeah, it's a poplar or tulip wood, bass wood, something like that. And it is real wood. There's absolutely no evidence in the edges of it being, I mean, you can see the router marks, absolutely, but it's definitely not plywood. let's chop off a corner and prove that I'm completely wrong. That'd be hilarious. Yeah, there we go. So you can see it's a solid wood. It's a solid wood, it's a solid lightweight timber, and yeah, older maybe even. I doubt it, but maybe, who knows. So, let's get rid of that. Ooh. This'll do. You'd be surprised how often I use a suede brush in my workshop. I'm truly impressed by the quality of the actual wire used in this build, in this model. It's something that they often skimp on. But hey, onto the shielding paint. I'm going to slather this on, and we'll see. I'm just going to mute you for a second. I need to listen to this. Apologies, that was yeah. There's stuff and nonsense, but anyway, we're good. So I'm not worried about this going through. So I'm actually just gonna be a little bit profligate with the paint. The problem is I've got a very coarse cavity here that is just sucking it up. So yeah, what can you do? Now, having a cavity bath like this, I think, is actually a pretty good. That's a pretty good way to keep the weight down on the guitar. Obviously, you can't have it with a traditional tremolo, Or is this a traditional tremolo? Ha! Okay, questions. Give me questions. I'm just gonna. We're currently watching paint dry. No, Ross Goodley, I didn't forget to turn the mic back on. Look at that. I've got some measure of professionalism. Honest. Lisa Harsberger, are Crimson watches coming soon? Absolutely not. I needed a hobby. I needed a hobby that wasn't guitars, or I thought I needed a hobby that wasn't guitars. I needed to do something to take me out of my obsession, and I've always been interested in watches, and I thought, you know what, let's do that. But in reality, when I started doing that, I had honestly actually fallen out of love with guitars. And it wasn't necessarily the guitars that I'd fallen out of love with. It was the sheer stress and strain and nonsense of having a business and the responsibilities of that business. So I burnt out, brought on somebody else to run the company for me. That was a mistake. Very necessary, but my choice in person wasn't the best from a point of view of sanity. The business did all right, but yeah, sanity was lacking. And yeah, I just fell out of love with the whole thing. And I am now, like recently, since being in this workshop here, and truly falling and back in love with it. And you know, I'm not paying attention to what's happening in the watch world at all at the moment because I don't care. I'm thinking about guitars now. I don't want something to distract me from my life. I want to spend more time in this stuff. This is going to take a little while to dry. Matt Lang says, not sure now is the best time to sell watches on. That's a very good point. But I have a certain pressing need. We'll see. Matt Thomas says, Ben, you are creating what you want and it shows. I absolutely agree. There's few things. Often people talk to me about wanting to start a YouTube channel or social media empire or whatever. And they're like, oh, Ben, how do you do it? What's the secret? What's the calculation of, you know, etc. And the reality is that the only thing is do what you love doing, share it with people, being not jealous about your information, being not jealous about how you look. I don't care if I make a mistake. In fact, I relish making a mistake because you can tell, because it's a learning experience. And I'll be better next time. So that's that is the thing. Be passionate. Do something you're passionate about. Share and teach that passion. And I don't think it can go wrong. I mean, the market is a little bit flooded right now. There is that. But yeah, I don't think it can go wrong. There we go. So a lot of shielding paint went into that one. It'll take a while to dry, but as soon as it's tacky, we'll start putting this guitar back together. Matt Lang says, what did I do? Rolex's prices have dropped and there's rumours Rolex is acting against ADs selling to flippers. Rolex are total arseholes. And this is another reason I had 4 that I managed to buy at retail, but yeah, I have sold 1 and I've got better places to put my money at the moment, and through selling that 1 I've been blacklisted already, which is quite hilarious. Bear in mind that was a watch that I'd had for a couple of years and just didn't want it. So anyway, what can you do? King Bob's Guitar Works, how you doing? Says, sitting here restoring a circa 80s Harmony H722 3/4 size guitar for a great nephew who wants to learn guitar. That's incredible. Matt Lang says, sell the Rolexes, buy a Tudor Black Bay. I've got a Black Bay 58, I've got a Black Bay Chrono, I've got a Black Bay, not the modern chronograph, I've got the previous version. And I've got a Black Bay bronze, the original one with the brown dial. Most bought at second-hand prices or great deals. But I mean, you can't beat the quality of the Daytona is insane. The Daytona is absolutely insane. But I also can't justify wearing a watch that has tripled in value over what I paid for it, and that people are getting mugged for left, right, and centre. Just who wants to wear something like that? It gives the wrong impression of my personal financial situation, because I was just very, very lucky. I had a good relationship with an AD who offered them to me, and I was able at the time to avail myself of that. But yeah, spending £10,000 on something, while insane, is not the same as wearing something with arguably 30, 35,000. It's not a look that I actually feel comfortable with. So anyway, it's a weird one. Stephen Costa, how you doing? Elliot Trent says, are you okay, Ben? Lots of deep breaths. I do that when I'm anxious. Yes, no, I'm not okay, but I'm okay. Yeah, we'll talk. It's all good. So here you can see this is already starting to dry. This stuff is very high in conductive solids. So a couple of minutes in, this is already starting to dry. It's very high in conductive solids, and yeah, water-based. It's also very warm in here right now. Today is a hot old day in the UK, as hot as the UK gets, and as such, you know, it's good. Should we just sit and watch paint dry together for a while? Or not? Okay. AD, Terogan asks what an AD is. Authorized dealer. So essentially, you can buy watches. If you want to buy a Rolex, you can buy in the grey market, which is secondhand from somebody like myself, who's been able to buy it from a dealer or whatever, from an AD, or has had it for a while and then sells it on. If you're lucky enough to be offered a Rolex by an AD, you're essentially being offered free money, which is why I bought them in the first place, is because I had a relationship and they're like, do you want this? Hell yes. Some of them double, triple in value. So it really is a no-brainer if you can do it. And people will beg, borrow and steal in order to make it happen. But I'm not a fan of the thing. Pagani design. Matt Langsy's tempted by a Pagani design Speedy in an AliExpress sale. Pagani design, they seem great. What do I have here? No, it's not even this drawer. No. There is Seagull in China. China made manual wound, beautiful, cheap manual movements such as you would have in an old Daytona, and you get them for 100 quid or something, and it's incredible. The final fit and finish is not the same, but it's a watch to own and have and love. So yeah, what can you do? I'm sorry, we are literally sitting here watching paint dry. I'm going to grab a hot air gun, if I can find one. Hair dryer, Phil. Were we thinking the same thing? Who among you watches Adam Savage? This is one of his tricks. There it is. Oh, if I don't knacker myself on the way past. All right. Hot air gun. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Obviously being careful not to burn, not to get the finish too warm. Feels like magic, it really does. Fantastic. Okay. Lisa loves Adam Savage. I think everybody loves Adam Savage. He really is very cool. Damn it. Okay. Doug, have a good drive. I would love to see Ben in Adam's cave as well. Absolutely. Elliot Trent says, I wear my Zin 556 for everything. I haven't looked back. I want to strip back. So I've got a couple of Vertex watches that are absolutely mind-blowing, UK company, incredible. And they're going to be the basis of the watch-inspired build coming up. Ooh. Sorry, I was still recording that and didn't need to. I think I'm tempted to sell 2 of the remaining 3 Rolexes, get rid of those. I'm selling most of the Tudors apart from one that Byron wants. I've got a couple of 3 Omegas as well that I'm probably going to keep, but I went totally off the deep end, as I do. I mean, I have ADHD. One of the things with ADHD is the dopamine rush, the rush from buying something or from collecting something or from acquiring something is mind-blowingly, it's amazing. And the second I realized I had ADHD, I stopped buying things, because I realized that 9 times out of 10, the reason I was buying it wasn't because I wanted the thing, it was because I wanted the rush. Anyway, it's all fun and games. Rab Knox, I do need to make a new nut. Thank you for the reminder. Sweetie, Lisa Harshberger. Lisa, how you doing? Lisa says, I hope these live streams encourage and refresh you so your passion for building continues. You've certainly made an impact on my desire to try something new. Thank you very much, Lisa. Yes, I'm never gonna, stop the live streams. I'm never going to stop building. I've just got some stuff to work through. Yeah, it's fine. It's one of those things. Okay. So at this point, I think, yeah, it's fine. I'm sort of worried about heating up the back of the guitar as well. Let's record this. So at this point, the guitar is, the shielding paint is mostly dried. And I'm going to start putting things together. So let's grab this. No, tell you what. Guitar can go off to the side. We can clean these pickups down a little bit. And the scratch plate in general. It doesn't have to be on the guitar. In fact, it's better if it isn't, so we can see if any liquid goes in down behind the pickups, etc. Cleaner and restorative. Cleaner, cleaner, cleaner. Cleaner, cleaner. Haha. Squirty, squirty. Smells great. Now I'm not going to hit this with the polish. Oh, you're over there. Hi. I'm not going to hit this with the polish. I'm just cleaning a little bit of the sort of detritus of the ages of the last 30 years, pretty much. But we don't want perfection. For once. Robert R says, Ben, while you're still waiting on the paint to dry, make the new nut. And that came through just before I realized that I had to, that I could clean this. No, it's a good shot. I would rather make the nut when the neck is sort of prime focus. Due to, I need to, most of it's with the strings on, but fair point. So there's a little bit of damage to the pickup. There's some verdigris there, some weird patination there, and yeah, it adds to the character of the instrument and is absolutely fine. In fact, it's almost a pity there isn't more of it. We all love that sort of stuff now, don't we? Okay, now we're dry. Wiltshire Doug, I absolutely disagree with you. Where's the... yes, Rick, I did pull the tremolo out. It's a pretty sexy system, actually. Very basic. In fact, it's something that I could replicate. We could make, anybody could make a custom trem that works in that fashion. It's pretty cool. Progress. I just don't want to get one of the control knobs in the cavity if I can help it, because of the damp paint. No, that wasn't good enough. That, however, was. There we go. There's always one wire sitting underneath an edge of something, isn't there? No. Wrong size screwdriver. Yeah, it's good when stuff starts coming back together, doesn't it? Isn't easy to not. I like it when a plan comes together. Now, what I need to do at this point, really, is actually plug just this baby in and make sure that I haven't shorted anything else out, because if I did that, if I didn't, and I put the whole thing on and strings, etc., it just would be less than ideal. Ta-da! Ta-da! What the hell, man? Okay, Rab Knox, Stephen Costa. Talking about working in small workshops in flats, etc. It's absolutely feasible and viable, and it's amazing what can be done in a traditional, sort of living area, if you don't mind being surrounded by tools. And frankly, we don't, do we? All right, I'm happy with this. I'm going to tidy up the workbench and prepare to, well, have a look at the neck. There's one thing that might happen. We might not have put quite enough of a break angle into the neck pocket for this bridge. So, well, let's see, shall we? And because I've tested the wiring, I can turn the soldering iron off. It's also worth checking to see if you've got any shielding paint on the bench, because that stuff, while it comes off easily enough, does make a bit of a mess. Okay, now. Okay. Let me just double check the batteries in this lapel. Apparently when this one turns off, well, not apparently. When this one turns off, it makes a horrific noise in your ears. Ben, hydration time. I think just playing bass, you are absolutely correct. I require some more caffeination in my system. I really do. So yeah, if you guys are okay waiting for me for 3 or 4 minutes, we can I can go and do that. Now, yeah, there's a bunch of you that have yeah, just arrived. So at this stage, I've got the body back. I've replaced the jack with a much better quality one than what was in there. It's a Switchcraft now. We shielded the cavity because there was no shielding on the inside the bath cavity. We've looked at the tremolo. We've made sure that everything is working. The switches are good quality. The pots are alpha and okay, and fit the available space quite nicely. The neck has been stripped back, refinished. I lacquered it last week, and the first job of the day today was to take some crimson guitar finishing oil and rub that over the lacquer. Rub down a little bit of the sort of raised grain, and we've made a neck that feels absolutely incredible. Just burnishing off the last vestiges of that guitar finishing oil. It's been curing in the background the whole time we've been working, so for the last 2 hours or so. And we're about to put the guitar back together again. After I go and make myself a cup of tea, because one of the reasons I'm sighing and feeling a little bit down today is I've run out of coffee. Can you believe it? But yeah, okay. And there we go. Yes, Alfred. That it did. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will be back shortly. I'll leave you with the room microphone and yeah, entertain thyselves. I will literally be about 4 minutes or so. Here we go. Sorry, that took a little bit longer. But anyway, what happened when I was gone? What did the squirrels do? Forest Pfeiffer, good cup of tea, absolutely necessary. Yes. Okay. So the general consensus is that I'm addicted to coffee, but in reality, I tend to drink 3 or 4 cups of coffee, or 5, in the first part of the day, and then I switch to English to tea, to English. 2 or 3 o'clock generally, and that keeps me alive. Look at this finish. You can just sense how good that's going to feel. And it looks so much better than it did. Okay, now, don't forget, this guitar could be yours. The raffle is still live. I'm sure that most of you, if you're going to buy tickets, have already bought them. No, we've now sold 365, so well, there you go. We've hit the point where it's actually going to make sense to do this as a build. So thank you very much, everybody. I just put that down in some shielding paint, but it's dried, so that's all right. What am I going to do? Okay, onto the nut. I've got a flat bottomed cavity here, and it is actually nice and flat, which is always a worry. I need to find a nut blank, don't I? And it's a really good thing that I've got a guitar factory, because I just picked up a bunch. Crevery asked how many tickets have been sold, and we answered it. That's good. Okay, so this guitar had a really nasty, cheap, hollow plastic nut that just was not fit for purpose. At Crimson Guitars, we actually sell various bits and pieces for guitars, and I went into the factory and picked up some bone nuts from there. That one is actually a little bit too narrow for the slot. It doesn't fit in very well. So that is interesting. Yeah, these ones, no, they're all the same, and this is a standard thing. So that that cavity is wider than a standard modern nut, for what that's worth. Now, let us see. Let's see what else I've got. Do 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 do. Okay, that is a saddle blank. That's better. Oh. She's not wide enough, everybody. Okay, well, I am left with but one option. And that is absolutely fine. That option is to upgrade to a carbon fiber nut, which is going to be a little bit more work to do, but certainly fits the candy apple red racing kind of a vibe of this guitar. And yeah, I like it. What do you think? Ooh, brass nut, a step too far. Okay, tell you what, let's do a poll. You ready for a poll? I'm ready for a poll. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Brass or these nuts aren't thick enough. All right, everybody. Yeah, Joshua, got it in one. %100% carbon fiber for the minute. Okay. Well, let's see. Okay, we've gone down to 66%. While I'm waiting, while we're waiting for the live stream poll to figure out whether we're going to have a carbon fiber or a brass nut, I'm going to drill out the holes in the body here that were too tight. The screws were holding into the body rather than the neck, and we want the screws to be relatively loose so that they can pull against the back plate or the neck plate and compress the body rather than some combination of the two. Okay, and I am going to be drilling from the painted side. If there's going to be any tear out, I want it to be inside the guitar, even though the painted side is obviously behind the plate. And I'm going to take it in two passes. So start with a 3.5 mil drill bit and go to a 4 after that. Which would be better for the instrument? Honestly, brass and carbon fiber both have fairly similar tonal characteristics. So it's entirely down to look and feel. I personally think carbon fiber would be better. There's no... the Hofner logo is gold colored. So actually, no, whatever. I'm looking at the wrong camera. Whatever. Up to you people. Okay, 30 seconds, y'all. Final calls. I don't think much is going to change. Is a microtonal baritone possible, or does it already exist? Definitely possible. and almost certainly exists. I've not personally seen one that I know of, but yeah, I'm sure it's absolutely fine. Okay, let's end this pulp. 66% carbon fiber. So 66% of the chat went for carbon fiber, and that is what we're at, really. Yeah, so it's a nice fit. I'm going to put this guitar body out of the way, actually, and move on to working on the nut. The more time I spend with this guitar, the more I like it. I'm live streaming.
You're sweating.
That is not sweat, that is water. Okay, hold on everybody. Everybody, we're good. Hi. Orson, child number 2, long-term project, the second, is back in the building. He doesn't want to talk to you guys though, because he's got far more important things to do with his life than run the chat on a live stream. I mean, good day?
Yeah, pretty much.
Good. Hey, you missed a bus.
Yes, I did.
Mister.
I
warned you.
No, you did. It came 10 minutes earlier.
No, I phoned Jasmine and said, oh, it'll be in 2 minutes. Because I drove past it, but you still missed it. Anyway, it's fine. My love, I am going to be doing this for probably another hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody jumped on the seat next to me. I absolutely...
Fair enough. Well, dagnammit. We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Okay, I've got to work on this nut. Now, it's slightly too thick for the slot, which is fine, because we have the technology. So this was the bone option, which does fit okay, but not perfectly. And this carbon fiber one is just a little bit too thick. Even the saddle, to be honest, if I glued it in, nobody would have ever noticed, but that's not really good enough. Not considering this is a guitar that somebody's going to win, and I hope love and play and enjoy. So yeah, I want it to be as good as humanly possible. I am gonna thickness this nut down a little bit. Options are myriad. I could use a leveling beam and masking tape and super glue and just put it onto a piece of wood or something like that and do that. I could just do this, and it depends on how thick, how much material I'm going to have to lose. Now, Joshua Valverde says, hello, long-term project number 2. Alex Anderson's asking me if I'm going to use my bench grinder on this guitar. Now, you've got to bear in mind that this isn't particularly good for you, and you don't want to breathe in much of this dust. I'm having to remove maybe 0.5 millimeter, which is actually a fairly substantial chunk of material. Yeah, that it is. What options do I have? guitar builders use files far more often than general woodworkers. Okay, everybody's telling me the dust isn't actually going up in the air at all. It's not being thrown up in the air. But fair enough, I'll put a mask on. Hold on. Okay. So at this stage, putting a mask on because of PPE and because chat wouldn't let me not. I'm actually going to put the nut in this little pattern maker's vise, which isn't holding it square. Let's see. Oh no, that works all right. My kingdom for a sander thicknesser. No, not quite. Bane returns, absolutely. Carbon fibre nuts, the bane of my life. The leveling beam does actually create more dust. And then essentially if you soak it up with the back of that, it works all right. So close, everybody. Mark Jennings wants my headlamp angle poise lamp. Make one yourself, mate. You can do it. Oh, okay. Ooh. We're nearly there. We were nearly there, now I need to start again. Oh. The floor is lava after all. Okay. Yep, I'm very, very, very close to completion on this. This is not a very forgiving material. It's pretty hard on your tools. It's not good on your lungs, but it does sound great. Nice. Aha. Look at that. That's an absolutely perfect fit. Okay. Line it up with the edges. Find a half pencil. After making absolutely sure it's seated on both sides, of course. And that there gives me the half pencil trick. That's the line to which the bottom of my slots wants to go, and I want the nut to be just a little bit higher than that. Not huge amounts, just a little bit. Lisa says, would putting a camera on an angle poise arrangement be an idea? Absolutely. Yes. I would love to do that. Casey McDermott from Theta Guitars says, I have just bought a sander thicknesser and it's the best tool I own now. It does everything. They really are incredibly useful. Okay. Things are coming to a head now, my friends. This might be a little coarse. I suspect it's a little coarse. Let's see. No, that's working okay. Except I need to put a mask on. Mask, everybody. Saws create more dust than you think. Oftentimes more dust than sanding.
Okay, and then hold on, I've got a phone call. Hello?
Sorry everybody, there is a hell of a lot going on. I've been trying to get a hold of that person all day. And now the meeting is actually a full week away. Can you believe it?
Okay. Whoops. Oh, fine, come on. Guess what? That's hot. Now, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I've lost a file. Haha, I found a file. So I actually managed to cut at a curve with pretty close to what I wanted. Not very much work needed at all. Would you look at that? Okay, always round the edges over. You want the nut to be as comfortable on the palms of your hand, on the soft, delicate bits as humanly possible. So close. And there we go. It's rounded over like that. Now that it's to size, take the edges off. And then with just a little bit of 240, we end up with a super tidy, really nice nut. There we go. I just take the no, actually I'll leave the half pencil on, come to think of it. You fool.
Okay. No carbon fibre in the tea. Okay, there's not huge amounts of dust in the air. I'm not, the worst of it sort of went down there. I should probably go and wash my hands. Essentially, we've got a pretty cool nut, and it's pretty much good to go at this point. And where are we? We've been streaming for 3 hours. Outside, and the base E is a little bit closer to the inside, not by much, but a little bit. And then you line them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's nowhere near. Quite difficult to see these. Good old razor saw. Come on then, move it into the vise, which is covered in carbon fibre dust. Just double check things. I went slightly off-piste on the G-string. It's always the G-string, isn't it? Okay. So with that done, now I can sand it down just a tad. I can get rid of the pencil line. And we can install. Super glue. We often use super glue in this position. We often use super glue. Look at this. we often use super glue in this situation to glue the nut in. You want it to be solid and good, but relatively easily taken out if anybody needs to replace it. And hell, whoever wins this guitar may want a bone nut, may prefer just the look of it. Now, instead of super glue, which can also get messy, somebody in the comments told me to use shellac. And a little drop of shellac fulfills the same job of holding it in place when you're changing strings and all of that. Keeps it nice and solid, but is much more easily reversed. Just a very light tap. So here we go. This is the first time I'm taking that person's advice, and I think it's a really good idea. So what do I do? Here we go. So the nut is out, but orientated correctly. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There we go. I've already applied some super glue to the bottom of the nut erroneously. I got more than I needed. There we go. I hope that works. Okay. Could you use carbon fiber dust with Cyan or acrylic glue like you can bone? Yeah, pretty much. It is a little bit more plastic than the solid stuff, but it works. Look, at this stage, I am just gonna have to shoot up to the house to wash my hands because I have black fingers and I don't want black fingers. So I will be back in 2 minutes. Okie dokie. So here we are. The guitar is, there's just nowhere to put anything. My goodness gracious me. I shouldn't have picked it up. I shouldn't have picked it up. Learn your lesson then. Okay. I also should have tidied up the mess before I went to wash my hands, but hey, it is what it is. Yes, the fret slots, the nut slot spacing rule, gradually the slots widen out as they go. It's a very subtle thing. I've never met anybody that can feel the difference. So yeah, for what it's worth. All right. Are we having fun? I'm having fun. We've got a few fewer people watching at the moment. When I leave the room, 10 or 20 people always seem to disconnect, which is fine. I absolutely understand. There's no more super chats, no questions. 150 odd likes for about 300 people watching. That's fairly cool. Okay. More space. I need a bigger workbench. I need a bigger workshop. I need change. The shellac appears to be doing its job. There's a little bit of evidence. That's fine. It doesn't cure anywhere near as quick. It doesn't cure anywhere near as quick as the super glue would, but I think that's okay. Let us check and see what's happened with this neck break angle. In order to check anything, I need a ruler. It feels low, but actually it's spot on. Woohoo! Ah, all right. Okay, well, there we go. That's pretty cool. I remember this being so much tighter than it actually feels now. And it's not that we've removed any material, it's that it's not currently glued in place. Oh, and there's another job to do. It's not loose, it's just not loose. So that plate, and that doesn't need to be cleaned, that's fine. Okay, cool. Where are we? 1, 2, record. Wow, it's still... I still need to drill out those holes even more. Crikey. That shows me for not double checking. So I need to go all the way up to 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. Stop. That camera, I always talk to that camera. I've been watching, I watch a lot of Adam Savage, and he talks to cameras off to the side all the time, and I like the look. So I'm trying to change, but my habit is to talk to that one all the time. Anyway. Another 0.5 millimeter. Start and reverse, then go through. In reverse. And then before you do anything, actually test the screw. That fits. Woohoo! Oh man. We're nearly there, we're nearly there. Now, the next one of these kind of videos, the next plan is to have a look at a Taylor T5. It's a non-standard one. It's marked not for resale, and I'm really interested in how they've manufactured that. So I'm going to take that apart. We're going to have a look at what's happening in there, and I have yet to decide, but I think it'll be raffled off in much the same way. So yeah, let's wait for that. But yeah. I also have a couple of Les Pauls and a PRS Custom 24 in need of aging. Okay, Goth Rider Creations says, Bun, I can't say I wasn't totally offended by your lack of faith in a random person's ability to make a guitar neck out of balsa, but I have forgiven you, and you will and will continue to watch you work. It wasn't my lack of faith in the random person who's a viewer of the Q&A session. I will have you know, it was my complete lack of faith in balsa. But anyway, I'm interested to see if it works or not. So, obviously, all joking aside, people ask me many questions on the regular. Can I make a guitar out of one piece of wood? Yeah, absolutely. Of course you can. But I always answer with another question. Why would you want to? Is there any reason that will make spending 5 times as long doing something worthwhile to you? And if you can give me a good reason, for example, I'm doing a hand tool only build at the moment, and it's it's horrifically hard work, hand tool-ish, but I'm doing it out of interest and to challenge myself and see, and that's a valid reason, as long as there's a reason, and that is the thing. I can't see any reason to make a balsa wood guitar neck. No reason at all. Very nice indeed. Tuners. Again, the tuners are actually all right. Right, I'm just locating them, I'm not tightening them all the way down. And then at this point, you grab a ruler. Okay. Well, they weren't originally installed in a straight line, so that sort of puts paid to that. Yeah, no. We don't really have the option. We don't really have the option here to have this in a perfectly straight line. Typical. Yeah, there's about a millimeter gap in the middle there. Matt Lang is saying there's 382 tickets sold, which is cool. This guitar can be yours. It can be yours. It's not, those are not perfect, but this is not perfect. And no, there is, who was it that suggested plug and re-drill? Somebody said plug and re-drill. I saw that. If I do that, oh. Stephen Hatch. There would be witness marks from the ferrules from the front because they would be moved slightly. It would just end up looking worse than it currently does. I think this is fine and it's honest, and that's fine. And this neck feels great. That's good. I think that if I were tempted to do another episode, then yes, I would plug and upgrade the tuners entirely and completely change the whole thing. But we're not doing that. No, no way. Yep. Go there. I do think there's something so cool about how simple and, well, honest and just basic these string trees are. They somehow make me happy. Okay. get a wash basin in the bigger shop, Ben. There's gonna be there's gonna be some changes. Stephen Hatch, I haven't watched Dr. Nitro yet. What's that doing? My pocket was trying to open my bank app. I haven't yet, but I have seen adverts. I've seen the thumbnails and thought, I should watch that. So yeah, I will get there. Yes, the shellac is cured at this point, so that is good. We've got to put strings on. I just want to dust the body just a little bit. Clean this brush first. We're running late. I was hoping to get a couple of phone calls in this afternoon, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen at this point. And you know what? It's fine. We're spending time together, and it's all good. Now, set of 10s, there they are. Currently using D'Addario XLs. I am very tempted. Well, I want to go and visit the Rotosound factory. I would rather use locally made stuff, and I've heard some very, very good things about Rotosound. So, yeah, we'll see. Things are changing. Stuff's afoot. Now, if you win this guitar, it will come with whatever strings you ask, but if you like a set of D'Addario XL10s, that would be a little bit more friendly to the environment, shall we say. I love the way this trem tailpiece works. It's just cool. There you go. Do you know what? Before I actually do the strings, I'm going to rough cut the nut slots and yeah, get that rough to size, because that makes sense. I might have to lower them a little bit later, but it's easier to do them at this stage. So I'm after a 46, a 36. You can get these through Crimson, and also 26. I think I've only got a 28. There's also some budget. Yep, 28. I normally have the 6 I use for this set with the tangs facing up and everything else the other way around, but it's all got jumbled up recently. Oh, there it is. It was already in my hand. All right, how are we doing? Will there be any more student build videos anytime? There will eventually, yes. We have got our current batch of 3-month students have just started, and we want to watch their first builds before we ask any of them if they would mind being filmed. We need to, it's a quite significant investment in time to do that, and we only want to film people who we're absolutely sure will do something stunning. Anyway. Well, that's more than a little off. Out of focus. Is that right? Okay. This is much harder than a normal nut. There is also a little bit of movement in there at this end. Micah Noel says, I recently switched to XL flat wound jazz light for my fiddles, and they're great, much like the Cretan lyra strings that are discontinued but longer, so I have more options for weird scale lengths. Extra long flat wound jazz lights. I haven't actually played with a set of flat wounds, and I mean played, in a hell of a long time. Okay, those of you telling me to wear PPE while doing this, I am absolutely not throwing this dust into the air. None of it is being aerosolized. It's not currently dangerous. That is good. But thank you for caring. And there we go. My shellac still. Oh, I just aerosolized it. Damn it! My shellac hasn't actually cured, and that's backwards. So yeah, I thought I could feel some movement. It's fairly chunky, but it's not. Yeah, the shellac hasn't cured yet. It's still got work to do. So bear that in mind. Ben, what's your opinion on Elixir strings? That's Alex Anderson. My opinion is, as a luthier, I need to give the player what they want. Personally, I don't like the sound. I don't personally like the sound. They feel a little bit less immediate to me. I am not, however, a musician. And the most important lesson I learned early on was that I should not let my personal opinions colour what I'm doing for my clients, basically. It's one thing where it comes down to the physicality of the guitar, not the fret size, for example, but the quality of the joints and all that sort of stuff. That's one thing. But if they want flat wounds or round wounds or 10s or 12s, or it makes no difference. Elixirs, go for it. If you prefer coated strings, that is entirely your shout. I need to make a guitar for the player. I don't need to mold the player to my guitar. Wolford Guitars, how you doing? Now, red. Fight me. What's your favorite way of stringing up a guitar? Whoops. I will go 1 or 2 times around, keeping the string almost at tension. Poke it through so the string comes in over the ones that I've wound around. Pull it tight. That is pushing those down, giving me a little bit of down pressure, and it's nice and neatly coiled. But that's me. That is something weird. Okay, we're talking about Elixir and Tinder profiles. Somebody's never broken a D'Addario string before at all. That's incredible. I used to love Ernie Balls. I've got another guitar company's bloody logo tattooed on my body. From obviously way before I was actually a guitar company, but funny nonetheless. I just... Okay. Do. Purple. My hello camera. damn it. Paul Cook says you could do a clickbaity vid buying all of the cheap Chinese strings on Amazon or eBay to see which is least worse. Lol, that could be fun, although that would be better suited to a player YouTuber than me. But yeah, that could be quite fun. Time and Guitar says, are them pickups unique to Hofner? Looks like a mini humbucker. They are mini humbuckers. I like the slug and pole kind of configuration. I like the sound as well. Hi, Mark. Yes, the high E string, oh no, it's not actually touching. Or it is. I think that string is touching the trem arm area, but it's not going to affect the musicality in any way. Okay, I'm just guessing at the tuning. Hold on. I had about 3 hours sleep last night. I'm not currently firing on all cylinders. My guess at whether it was in tune or not was accurate to within about maybe 2 cents. That's less so. That's less accurate. Close though. That was spot on. I'm so glad I was recording that. All right. Bow down before me. I am obviously thy God. Did I mention I only had 3 hours of sleep last night? All right, so my nut here is pretty freaking high. Pretty freaking high indeed. But the reality of the matter is that the strings are pretty perfectly set in the nut, and honestly, I'm quite tempted to knock the nut out and level the whole thing down rather and just take it down from the base. So yeah. What you want is the string to be hugged but not encompassed by the nut. So I can feel the top of that, and the two bass strings are, or those two are done. I have not eaten recently enough, but we are so close to finishing that I'm just going to finish this. Okay, now I'm going to just take the tension down a little bit. That shellac hasn't cured as much as I thought it would. So yeah, let us just take this nut out and I'm going to reduce the height of that nut by, say, a millimeter. There we go. Now the reason I'm doing this is because this nut is carbon fiber and it is actually going to reduce the lifetime of my nut slot tools. I would rather file it with a giant file and a dust mask, and there you go, and be done. So yeah, bear with me. We're going to hear this guitar play shortly.
Pretty darn close, Mr. Crowe.
Again, heavy shavings. Not too worried about that, but yeah, I think this is now much better. Okay. The tuners are okay, actually. Do you know what? I do believe I've got it. This is a supremely slinky action. Buzz free. Out of tune. You can tell a lot about a guitar from how it sounds and how it feels and how it resonates and how it vibrates before you plug it in. I mean, it's all good. Thank you very much. There is nowhere flat to put absolutely anything. Thank you. Chaos and carnage. What time is it? Sheesh. There we go. All right, everybody. Let's plug this in and see what we've got. Amplifier. I don't know where my strap is. Oh, there's one. This guitar could be yours. Ooh, we've got a super chat delaying the demo. When lockdown was going on, as a nurse, my head was fairly shredded. He said shedded, which also describes me. This is Austerryman. Austerryman, yeah. You and your videos and tutorials got me through. If you ever need anybody to just chat, I'm seriously here for you, pal. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I jumped the gun. I jumped the gun there. Sorry, hold on. That was with the tone full down, by the way. Yeah, I can imagine lockdowns as somebody working in the health services, wherever you are, UK, pounds, would have been absolutely insane. And thank you for the offer. May well take you up on it. Okay, so here we go. Now my problem is really it's probably better if I just lean the guitar up on the bench because that's what we've got. Okay, so now I haven't stretched these strings. So they're probably going to go out of tune. Full volume, full tone, bridge. Middle. Neck. I take it back. I don't think that we should raffle this off at all. It's horrible. Okay, so that's that is the neck, bridge. Sorry, middle. Rogan asks how chunky that neck is. It is not chunky at all. It's I think 20 to 23, if I recall correctly, and it's a beautiful, actually C shape. It started out a little bit V. It's a C shape. It's beautiful. It's incredibly fast, incredibly comfortable. If I was Steve Vai, I would be absolutely comfortable playing on this. And let's have the bridge again. So this is all fingerstyle. Here's that Brazilian rosewood nut that I made. It's not a nut, it's a plectrum, which I'm still not used to playing. I'm fairly happy with where the pickups are actually sitting height-wise as well. All pickups. And then more traditional plectrum, still chunky. This is 2.2 millimeters thick. Let's go back to that bridge. So that was bridge, sorry, middle. Neck. Bridge and neck. like this guitar. Okay, I was not expecting to actually like that quite so much. So that's, I do keep on hitting the volume and sort of turning it down a little bit, but that's giving a little bit of variation, which I quite like. Now remember, we're currently listening to this demo through my lapel. It's not ideal. I need to set up the Kemper, to be honest. Full volume. All right, and look, okay, seriously, I can whittle all over this thing badly as much as I can do that. We've got a really low action without any work. We've got zero buzz anywhere. Where are we at the 12th? We are... Look, that looks as near as damn at 2 millimeters or less. And pretty much the same on the other side. The whole thing is supremely comfy to play. I didn't need to mess around with the pickups in any way, shape or form. It sounds a little bit restrained. The middle pickup's a little bit restrained, I think, to my ears, but it is what it is. You can change the capacities, you can change the pots if you want. Hell, I can do that if that's what you want me to do if you win this instrument. The bridge is great. I love the tremolo system. In fact, I want to make a version of that tremolo system in a video series just for fun. I think that would be incredibly cool. I love the inlays. The fretwork is now as perfect as I can get it. Super shiny and gorgeous. The neck is just delicious. I thought that I would have a bit of a hard sell at the end of this video or video series. I want people to enter the raffle to win this. I really do. But I thought that I was going to have to prevaricate and say, okay, well, you know, just remember, you know, you're only paying £5 for a ticket for 2 or 3 tickets or whatever it happens to be, but it's a fairly good guitar. What I've done with the neck has taken a guitar that was good and I liked, which is why I bought it, and actually made it really good, in my opinion. So please check out the raffle, link in the description. Let me know what you think. Do you want to see more of this sort of content? I have got some higher end guitars to play with, and there's a hell of a lot. There are a lot of changes going to be happening. I think there's going to be a little bit of a break. There's potentially going to be fewer videos for a little while, but there is a hell of a lot afoot. To recap, this is an awesome guitar. Could be yours. Join the raffle. I've had fun. I hope you've had fun. Let me know in the comments. Check out the Crimson Guitars Extras channel for live streams and Q&As and all of that jazz. And if you want to get in touch with me about a Crimson Guitars order or anything like that, any feedback is always welcome, good or bad. We are striving to be better in all ways, shapes or forms. Yeah, that works. Talk to me on the live stream. Talk to me directly and we'll go from there. I'm going to go and fight with my conscience because no, there's no way there is no way that I can end the raffle prematurely. Oh well. Anyway, it's going to ship worldwide at our cost, apart from your tax as it comes into the country if you're international, and I will find a trim on for it. Goodbye. Click like, subscribe, have fun. Okay, hold on. The live stream's still going. The live stream's still going. Whew. So guys, talking about me playing, I don't play other people's tunes because I don't have the brain capacity to learn them for some reason. I'm looking forward to ADHD drugs and all that jazz, which might help. But we should see, we'll see. Creever says that's some solid rock sound, and I absolutely agree. Lisa Harshberger saying, buy those raffle tickets, I'm staying out of it, saving for my bass. The bass is coming next. I'm really actually made up about this. Rickeline Pornier says, sir, can you give the guitar away? I really don't want to give the guitar away, but I have decided, for no particular reason, that I am absolutely going to be doing something with mini humbuckers, probably 3 of them. The bridge and neck sound together. It almost feels like there's a little bit of piezo in there or something. It's just delicious. Oh, that with a piezo bridge, you got me. All right, it's all fun and games. How does it feel compared to when I bought it? It is entirely changed. The neck was grippy, and the action was 3 times higher. Not 3 times higher. The action was probably about 3 millimeters or so, but it was buzzing all over the place because the frets were diabolical. It is totally without hyperbole when I say that these were the worst frets that I have ever experienced on a production guitar ever. Period. With bells on. They were bad. But it just shows how Boomstick, I completely misread what you said there for a second. A good setup, good fret level, crown and polish, and a few other little bits and pieces make all the difference. I'm very, very happy. Lisa Harshberger, that's a very good point. I've never tried to, well, yeah. Terrigan asks, okay, I will be doing some stuff on Instagram with this and using that to advertise the raffle tickets. Is a very good point. We hadn't even considered that. Terrigan asks if the plectrum will come with the guitar. No, this plectrum won't come with the guitar, but we are going to put together a small crimson goodie bag. I think cleaner and polish, some fret rubbers, bits and pieces like that to go with them. So we will, yeah, there'll be all sorts of bits and pieces. Watch Instagram to see what happens there. Okay, what additional changes would you do to this guitar? From William Federley. Personally, I think that I think that the pickups are actually really good. I think there's not quite enough variation between the middle and the neck, but that just is the way it is. I would completely strip out the rest, the pots, and put a bumblebee cap in there or something like that. But what I've just shown you is that actually with relatively inexpensive pots, the main reason that I would change the pots is the feel of how it turns. That feels a little bit too frictionless for me. That's it. When I'm playing, I'm hitting that volume and slowly turning it down. And I don't really like that. So yeah, I'd have a high tension Bourne's pot or something like that in there, personally. Other than that, seriously, nothing. I really like it. I really do. Okay. Now, I'm going to have to go because I've got some food waiting for me, and it has been a really long day. So I would like to say thank you very much for your support, everybody. I'm going to be back. I am entirely in the wind. I am entirely in the wind. I don't know what's going to happen in the next few weeks. So please watch this space. There will probably be a Sunday evening Q&A live stream, but that can't be guaranteed. I'm going to answer Matt Lang's question in a second. I think the Sunday live stream Q&A is going to go ahead. I am probably not going to be doing a build on Monday. I don't think. We will see what happens. But there's some stuff happening that just needs to be dealt with. Yeah. Now, Matt Lang says, Ben, what are your thoughts on what you found build-wise now that you know how good it can be? I'm very impressed with the instrument. I'm very impressed with the instrument. It is rough and ready, but we've got a quality maple neck. It's slab sawn, but it's fine. The quality of the finish is good. It hasn't been shoveled on there, but it's a good quality candy finish. The inlays are fairly dated, but that's a fairly cool look. The frets were diabolical. The neck was probably not staying in tune. That's a cow. The neck was probably not actually staying in tune just by dint of the fact that the frets were not properly seated. I could pick frets. I could probably have pulled a fret out just with my fingernails if I had wanted to, and if I didn't value my fingernails. So that whole thing means that you've got these slots, 22 of them. 20 of them? 22 of them. That are not actually pushing against the tension in the strings. So there's far more movement, far more flexibility in the neck. This is why I fill my fret slots with glue in the first place. It's nothing to do with gluing the frets in. It's about making the neck a little bit more solid. So we've fixed that problem. We fixed how the frets were reacting. They're much more level now. The wood is great, poplar, alder, something like that. The wood on the neck is great. It's bound. We've upgraded the nut, which made a big difference. It's got a nice set of strings. The only other thing that you could do at this point would be to replace the electronics. And I don't think the pickups need to be replaced. I don't think the electronics needs to be replaced. You could get some incremental improvements there. And then finally, you could replace the musicians. So there we go. Anyway, thank you very much for watching, everybody. I really do appreciate your support. May the odds ever be in your favor. Catch you on the flip side. Goodbye. 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks until the raffle. 2 weeks till the raffle. So I've got it for 2 weeks. Here we go. It's fine by me. See ya.